This is Sunrise Extra, streaming live on Wave Now.
Good morning. Happy Friday. I feel like everyone just wakes up with a little extra pep in their step on a Friday, right?
Yeah, it's National Bike to Work Day? Well, I saw that.
Wait, Tawana, were you shaking your head when I said you wake up with extra pep in your step? She's like silently.
We're happy.
No, there was a literal roll out of bed onto the floor this morning.
Oh, see, I jumped up and I was ready to go. Maybe it's because I've been a little bit well rested. That could be the case.
That's what it was. I went to sleep late last night because I was baking y'all cookies. Okay. So that's what happened there.
Bike to work. So this is a good day for that too.
In
the burn off the
colors by pedaling to work.
Yeah, so if anybody heading out, maybe you're riding your bike to work, just grab that light jacket as you're heading out because we are seeing those cool temperatures mainly in the 40s. They're down to 47 degrees right now at the airport in Louisville. 39 though in Frankfurt and Columbia. 50, a little bit warmer in Paoli where some of that southerly wind is trying to kick in. But we're watching some of these clouds already starting to move in on our SkyTrack cameras and also on the satellite and radar. So those increasing clouds, yeah, those are already on our doorstep. We'll see those clouds continuing to increase throughout the morning as we watch for a little bit of light rain as we get towards 10 a.m. and through 2 p.m. This is mainly for those of you along and north of I-64 because of that fading line of showers and thunderstorms off towards our west. We get over the next 12 hours and what we're going to be seeing, those increasing clouds, yes, that light rain chance and highs this afternoon in the 70s. Rob.
Okay, Tawana, thanks so much for the update. Keeping our eye on the traffic right now. Not looking too bad out there if you're heading out. I love this shot just because of the angle of the lens. Isn't that gorgeous? This is 64th the Waterston, light traffic pattern out there. Just a great day to start Friday. Hopefully, again, you have a 3-day weekend, but if you don't, it's not too bad out there on the roadways right now. This is 65 at the fairgrounds, picking up a little bit of traffic around the curve there. It's always busy this time of morning, but luckily no slowdowns or construction zones there to tend with, at least at this hour. The big map showing no slowdowns or crashes to report. Your drive times, if they take you over to 71, we're still looking pretty good right now. You're looking at the LaGrange to Snyder at 10 minutes and the Snyder to Junction at 8. We'll keep you posted if anything changes. Brand new this morning, we are now learning the name of a murder suspect fatally shot by LMPD officers.
The Jefferson County coroner identified him as Michael Christoph. Police shot and killed him while serving a warrant on West Whitney Avenue yesterday afternoon. Investigators say he came out of the house with a weapon, wearing a helmet and ballistic vest. Officers asked the suspect to drop the weapon, and he refused, at which point at least one officer shot at him. Investigators say Christoph was wanted for stabbing and killing 45-year-old Michael Howard under an overpass the day after Christmas, then dismembering his body. One neighbor on West Whitney Avenue says it was scary knowing Christoph was living next to him.
It's very scary, makes me not want to come outside as much, and I feel trusted, anything, because that could have been me. But whoever got murdered, I just really hope that their family can grieve and have time to grieve and stuff.
LMPD says they'll release body camera footage from the shooting in the next 10 days and the names of the officers involved in the next 24 to 72 hours.
We are working to learn more after a deadly crash on Logan Street right into a building. And that is what the crash looked like right behind me. It happened near Locals Pizza Hub. Officers say that they found 3 people inside a car. All had been hurt. A woman died at the scene, we've learned. Police say that 2 others were taken to the hospitals and are expected to survive. Now, the name of the woman killed has not yet been released. Police haven't said exactly what led up to that crash itself.
A safety alert now. LMPD is looking for a shooter after a man was killed and another was injured in the Russell neighborhood. This happened on Magazine Street near 11th Street just before 7:30 Thursday night. When officers arrived, they found 2 men who had been shot. One of the victims was taken to U of L Hospital and the other was pronounced dead. LMPD has not arrested the shooter. You're asked to call LMPD's anonymous tip line or use their online crime tip portal if you have any information. For context here, the spot where the shooting happened is part of LMPD's Sustained Focus Improvement areas. The department is making an effort to reduce violent crime in those specific spots. So this map shows the crime tracking data between West Broadway and Market Street. And this is the only homicide there over the last month. But you can still see a number of reported assaults and thefts marked there on your screen. However, LMPD says last year it made progress by reducing crime in this area by 30%.
A Louisville Metro Council member wants her peers to consider pausing data center developments. District 15 Councilwoman Jennifer Chappell released details of her plan, which would set a temporary moratorium on planning relating to telecommunication hotels and data centers. Now, if Metro approves, the moratorium would only apply to applications filed after the legislation takes effect and remain in place for some 180 calendar days. Chapel's ordinance will be discussed at the next Planning and Zoning Committee meeting that's coming up on June the 2nd.
Kentucky voters have a couple more days to cast an early ballot before Tuesday's primary election. It's part of the no excuse early voting period. You can choose your candidates at the polls today and tomorrow. We went to some of the polling locations across Louisville. Secretary of State Michael Adams says turnout on Thursday could be the beginning of a surge in voting interest, and he predicts the voting percentage for typical elections could double.
Sometimes the urban turnout's slower and sometimes it's higher. It's hard to say. I'd say for the moment right now, you're going to have probably relatively high turnout in Fayette. You always do. They're usually one of the top 3 counties in the state. I think Jefferson will be relatively high because of Metro Council races, but it won't be high county-wide. It'll be high in the districts where there are more than 2 candidates running for Metro Council.
Election Day is on Tuesday, and if you want to learn more about early voting options, just visit govoteky.gov. For voters who need a ride to their polling precinct, Tuesday, they can get a free ride to the polls on TARC. Buses will not charge a fare on May 19th. Riders can check TARC's routes online to find the bus stop closest to their assigned polling location. Polls will be open Tuesday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
A safety alert now for you. It's getting a lot closer to summer, which means mosquitoes, they are turning to being more active once again. Now, mosquito bites are not only irritating, but they also have the risk of spreading certain diseases. Experts warn that any standing water around your home, even small puddles or water in buckets, planters, or gutters, can attract mosquitoes and give them a place to breed.
Thing as small as a cap on a water bottle is enough for them to breed in. I think a lot of people forget about their gutters getting blocked up during the fall. Again, if you've had leaves fall and you've just kind of let them gather in the corners of your yard, again, that's a big spot where they can breed.
Mosquitoes will be active until fall. So Goff says that one of the very best ways to avoid being bit is to wear long sleeves and long pants.
Indiana high school students could get paid for playing sports. The Hoosier State was one of the last few holdouts in the country prohibiting high school student athletes from making money. Indiana state lawmakers approved a study to look at NIL policies at the high school level. Policies would look to rein in transfers while also attracting talent to the Hoosier State. State Representative Alex Burton, who requested the study, says it puts Indiana students in the best position for college athletics.
If we can put parameters in place and guardrails in place that protect our students and give them the introduction to NIL in a responsible and cultivating manner, then we're setting our kids up for future successes.
The Indiana High School Board of Athletic Association voted on May 4th to allow athletes to make money off their personal brand activities. That allows them to profit on athletics as long as it's unaffiliated with their school, the school's brand, or the school's facilities. As of now, there's no set timeline for when state lawmakers could take action. Kentucky has already enacted similar legislation.
Brand new this morning, plans for a new Sun Valley pool and pool house at Sun Valley Park. They are underway now. Right behind me, those are the pictures and the renderings of that big new project. It's going to be a completely new pool facility with a front entrance, updated changing rooms, restrooms, and a space just for families. District 14 Councilwoman Crystal Bast took on funding for that project with the help of Mayor Craig Greenberg. They say that the goal is to begin construction after the pool season ends with an opening just next year. And next week, Metro Pools and Splash Pads, guess what? They open for summer. Are you ready? Opening day is Saturday, May 23rd. New this year, Camp Taylor will have a public pool for the very first time since 2019. It comes after the Algonquin pool reopened just last year. Coming up for you this morning, President Trump heading back to the United States after wrapping up his big trip to China this morning.
You'll hear what he had to say about China's efforts to get involved with peace negotiations with Iran. This weekend, crews will start ramping up work preparing for the I-65 corridor project. Starting tonight, there will be nightly closures of one lane on I-65 South at the I-65 I-264 interchange. Crews are also closing the off-ramp to I-264 East. The closures will be in place Friday through Monday from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. each day. Now, this is in preparation for when crews shut down a 5-mile stretch of I-65 from the Waterson to the river starting on June 1st. Crews will be replacing 3 bridges on the interstate during that time. So you might already be planning your detour for everyday purposes. And you can see right here on this map, the pink highlighting that closure. The green is going to be your suggested detour from the State Transportation Cabinet. That shows you using the Waterson and Shawnee Expressway and getting around that closure. It'll take you to the Sherman-Minton or I-64. And we'll continue to get you ready for this major traffic change. You can check out more of our coverage on wave3.com.
Brand new on Sunrise. FEMA is sending more than $1.2 billion, all to help with recovery across several southern states, including Kentucky. The agency says that about $1.1 billion will be reimbursed costs tied to the COVID-19 pandemic, with another $162.5 million dedicated to past natural disasters in several states. In the state of Kentucky, the Division of Emergency Management will receive $41.8 million for materials, rented equipment, and contracts used to reduce or even eliminate the spread of COVID-19.
Taking a look outside this morning, though, we have such a beautiful sunrise. I feel like we've had a beautiful week so far, even if the temperatures are a little bit lower.
Colors are amazing this weekend, but today, but it's going to get a little, maybe some rain, which we do need over the weekend.
Yeah, we're going to get some more of that rain and a couple of even stronger storms as we head into tomorrow. This morning, we're focused in on this. You see that cluster of thunderstorms pushing to the east out of Illinois. That is going to try to move our way later on this morning, what's left of it anyway, because it does have to battle a lot of dry air as it moves closer to wave country. So that's a trend that we'll be keeping a very close eye on as the morning goes along. Ahead of that, already seeing clouds increasing for those of you in southern Indiana and for those of you west of I-65. While a lot of us are starting off the day with plenty of that sunshine, notice in some of our SkyTrack cameras already seeing those extra clouds showing up overhead. Temperature is still cool out there, so probably needing that light jacket as you're heading out. Temperatures for most of us in the low to mid 40s. However, sitting at 50, a little bit warmer in Paoli, and seeing 39 degrees, a little bit cooler for those of you in Frankfort and into Columbia. By the afternoon, most locations will be sitting in the 70s for your highs. So we see that decent warm up coming our way for later on today, despite the fact that we have the extra clouds and that rain in our forecast. We'll see the light rain moving in after about 10 a.m. Once we get closer to lunch today, still some of these spotty showers for those of you north of I-64, and then we'll watch everything moving out by the time we get towards 2 p.m. After that, a mix of sun and clouds, and then of course those temperatures warming up into the 70s. Additional clouds move in for the overnight hours as we wait for more of those showers and thunderstorms to arrive. So for today's rain, still talking about less than 1/10 of an inch of rain. So it is not going to be very much that we have to deal with for today. Tomorrow is a different situation, because tomorrow we can really add on some of those totals as we deal with multiple rounds of showers and thunderstorms. And if some of those storms become, of course, on the stronger side, that's something that we'll have to keep an eye on. But not everyone will see the rain, but everyone should be weather aware, especially as we head through the morning into midday. That's when the majority of that rain looks to move through our area, heavy at times, hearing those rumbles of thunder, seeing that lightning as well. We get towards lunch and your Saturday, still some scattered storms in the area, getting a break in between each round, by the way, and then we get further into your Saturday evening, still keeping some of those downpours in the forecast before we dry out by Sunday morning. A marginal risk of severe weather is in place across most of the region for tomorrow, mainly because of the gusty winds, the heavy rain, and some small hail possible for the strongest of those storms. Heating up for the end of the weekend and beginning of next week, upper 80s and low 90s showing up for Sunday and Monday. But yeah, that heat does not last long at all. We'll see more rain by Tuesday and Wednesday. That will also help to cool us down for the middle of next week. Olivia.
Sounds good. Thanks, Tawana. New developments overnight as President Donald Trump says China wants to help negotiate an end to the war in Iran and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It comes as President Trump is heading back to the U.S. after his visit to China this morning. The president says he and Chinese President Xi Jinping both want the war in Iran to end and for oil to start moving through the Strait of Hormuz again. Gas prices have spiked since Iran started limiting travel through the strait at the start of the war. President Trump said China also agreed that Iran should not have nuclear weapons.
We did discuss Iran. We feel very similar to Iran. We want that to end. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the straits open. We're closing it now. They closed it, then we closed it on top of them. But we want the straits open.
During his visit to China, President Trump says he also discussed multiple trade deals with Xi Jinping. He's not given any details on what those deals might involve.
The FBI is renewing its search for a former Air Force intelligence specialist accused of spying for Iran. The agency announced a $200,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of Monica Witt. Federal investigators say that Witt defected to Iran in 2013 and may still be supporting Iranian intelligence operations. Witt worked in Air Force counterintelligence on assignments that took her to the Middle East. FBI officials believe that someone may know Witt's whereabouts. They hope that the reward will motivate them to finally come forward.
The Supreme Court preserved women's access to a drug used in the most common method of abortion. The court's order allows women seeking abortions to continue obtaining the drug, mifepristone, at pharmacies or through the mail without an in-person visit to a doctor. The mail option has been used by women in Kentucky to avoid the state's restrictive abortion laws. The Supreme Court order rejects a lower court order restricting access to the pill, while a lawsuit that challenges the Food and Drug Administration's rules on mifepristone moves through the courts. The FDA stopped requiring in-person visits for mifepristone 5 years ago. The ruling from the Supreme Court means access is likely to remain uninterrupted, at least until next year as the case plays out.
Just ahead, bringing creations to life.
You'll see how a group of older students helped bring artwork from younger classmates off the page.
Well, for the very first time in some 11 years, the greatest show on earth is returning to Louisville. Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey's latest production has been reimagined for a whole new generation.
People can expect 2 hours of high-energy family fun featuring 65 world-class performers. Wave News reporter Marissa Burke was at the KFC Yum Center this morning with a preview of the greatest show on earth.
I have Nick Nack with me, and Patty Whack is not here with us this morning. I think Patty Whack's still sleeping.
Oh, yes, he likes his beauty rest. But, yes, I'm here with Bailey. So our clown crew in the show is Nick Nack, Patty Whack, and Jeff. But Bailey is the brains of the bunch. So we've got the opposable thumbs. She's got the frontal lobe.
Oh, my gosh. So what all do you guys do in the show?
So we are the clowns, so we're providing comedy. But first and foremost, we are fixing everything that goes wrong in the show, even if we caused it, especially if we caused it. But so Bailey, though, she has a starring role from the very beginning of the pre-show. She comes out and she gets the audience dancing in the seats. So she is asking the kids to stand up. She can. See, she's doing the worm. Check it out. Whoa.
Okay, but can Bailey moonwalk?
Moonwalk? Well, let's see. She did watch Michael recently. Whoa! Ooh! Yeah. That's Bailey. So she is a dancing fiend. She loves it. And she gets the kids dancing as well. And even during the show, we have Bailey's dance party where we invite members of the audience onto the stage where they get to dance with Bailey and a bunch of our circus cast and show off their coolest moves.
Okay, but what are your coolest moves?
Well, I go up in the air. I fall down a lot. I can juggle a little bit.
Oh, can you show us a little?
Yeah, here we go. Here. Oh, I'm okay.
Oh, okay. Go, Nick Nack, go, Nick Nack, go.
Right, here we go.
Oh, so guys, if you want to see Nick Nack and the crew and Bailey, you got to come out to the greatest show on earth. Remember, they have shows Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and there's no bad seat when you come out to the KFC Yum Center. It's okay. We'll fix that. We'll get it later. Back to you guys.
Looks like a lot of fun there.
You had me until the moonwalk started with that robot. I'm not sure about that one.
Freaks me out.
Yeah.
But you might see some more bikers on the roads this morning.
Absolutely. Today is National Bike to Work Day, and Bike Louisville is celebrating. Now, starting at 7:30, the group will host rides from 5 meet-and ride locations. Each ride will finish at the Plaza on 4th Street for coffee, donuts, and some prizes. The rides start at Iroquois Park, Seneca Park, Shawnee Park, George Rogers Clark Park, and Big Four Station located in Jeffersonville. For route maps, visit the Metro Government's website.
The Kentucky Science Center is helping kids learn about potential careers working with animals this weekend with the Paws and Pals event. Paws and Pals is today and Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's a 2-day program with animals, hands-on learning experiences, and opportunities to look into careers with animals. Your ticket is included with the center's general admission. Louisville Metro Animal Services is hosting a free microchip event on Sunday. It's happening at LMAS on Newburgh Road from 1 to 3:30 p.m. It's only for Jefferson County residents, though, and it'll cost $10. To make an appointment, just visit their website.
Maker's Mark is unveiling a very special bottle to celebrate America's 250th anniversary. This limited edition bourbon includes the brand's signature hand-dipped red wax with a white wax dip and a blue rendition of its iconic seal. The bottle will be available for purchase. That's beginning June the 1st. Proceeds from the sale will benefit Farmer Veteran Coalition. They're a national nonprofit that has helped more than 58,000 veterans build careers in agriculture. And if you could, just imagine the surprise when elementary school students right here in Kentucky saw their own lovable monstrous creations brought to life. Now, these Marshall County second graders were asked by their teachers to draw monsters who they believed could be friends. That's with the main character of a book called Love Monster. What the students didn't know is that their teachers took the drawings to Marshall County Technical Center. High schoolers there made the monsters real figures, and that's thanks to 3D printing.
I'm probably going to set it on a shelf in my bedroom.
I'm probably going to set it on my desk in my bedroom where all my other cool stuff is.
It warms your heart so much when they say, you know, thank you and wow, and, you know, they're oohing and awing over it. You know, it's your work, so you're very proud of it and you're happy for the kids, and it makes you feel like you did a really good job on the project.
The high school students spent nearly 3 months working on more than 40 figures. Students say that they can't wait to bring their brand new friends home. How cool is that?
And really cute monsters
Future
there.
artists in the works right there.
We'll be right back.
This Wave News Update is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
And good morning to you. I'm Rob Wells. We have learned the name of a murder suspect fatally shot by LMPD officers. The Jefferson County coroner identified him as Michael Harsev. Police shot and killed him while serving a warrant on West Whitney Avenue. That happened yesterday afternoon. Investigators say that he came out of the house with a weapon. Officers asked the suspect to drop the weapon. He refused, at which point at least one officer shot at him. Investigators say that he was wanted for stabbing and killing 45-year-old Michael Howard. LMPD says that they'll release body camera footage from the shooting within the next 10 days. Tawana's in now with a look at the weather forecast and a beautiful morning shaping up out there for us.
It really is, but we're already starting to add in some clouds ahead of some showers that will move in later on this morning. So what we're dealing with right now, those increasing clouds for those of you in Indiana and for those of you in Kentucky west of I-65, seeing those clouds showing up as well on many of our SkyTrack cameras now. So we're really seeing those taking over. However, still adding in some sunshine for later on today. Your temperatures are in the 40s right now. We're going to watch some of that light rain moving through areas basically along and north of I-64 between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. This is going to be very light stuff that we see in most spots as we have a lot of dry air in place. We'll see a mix of sun and clouds once that batch of rain moves out and temperatures jumping into the mid to upper 70s for your highs. Your 10-day shows that we are going to be dealing with a little bit more of that warmth and more rounds of rain tomorrow before we heat up and dry out as we head into the end of the weekend and the beginning of next week. Rob.
Okay, Tawana, thanks so much. Right now, watching a couple of incidents. We're watching a breakdown reported by Tri-Market 65 North at 64 and 71, the Spaghetti Junction. Also watching another crash right now reported at 65 southbound at the Watterson Expressway, exit 131 to be exact. So if you see brake lights in that area, certainly slow down. Make it a great morning. We'll see you in another 25 minutes from now.
Alrighty, thank you guys so much for joining me for Sunrise Extra. Let's dive right into some stories that we are following. Police say that 20-year-old Milton Ritchie Jr. was lured out to Ford Haven Road on December 20th, and investigators believe 20-year-old Deontez Hodges shot and killed him. LMPD believes the death was a revenge plot, but as Ritchie's mom tells Wave News reporter Alina Noakes, her son died trying to help someone out.
I can tell you where we were when every one of them was taken.
Hortense Madison spent the morning showing us all she has left of her only son, Milton Ritchie Jr. Photos through the years from graduation to his last job.
His employer was kind enough to let me keep.
His youth Bible next to his final resting place. Sometimes it feels like she's being punished for raising her son the right way.
We do all that we can, and tragedy still comes our way. So that's something that I deal with every day, questioning in myself, where did I go wrong? What, if anything, I could have done to prevent this situation.
On December 20th, 2025, police delivered the news. Her son had been killed, a victim to Louisville's gun violence. Police say he was lured to this spot on Fort Haven Road by a 15-year-old girl, but was shot when a group showed up. LMPD believes 20-year-old Deontez Hodges pulled the trigger.
He just had a big heart, cared about others, never wanted to see anybody hurt or anything. And because he wanted to help someone, that ended up costing him his life.
Madison is working to make sure his life is remembered well. She's established the Milton Ritchie Jr. Foundation, meant to help kids with scholarships who have dreams just like Ritchie.
She wanted to get out there and do something and not just have another conversation about another tragedy like what we witnessed this year.
And while she works to preserve her son's legacy, she's also striving for justice. 5 people have been arrested in Ritchie's case, including 3 teens. She's in court every week, working to make sure the people responsible are held accountable.
Right now, the 3 teens charged in the case are in juvenile court. Madison expects to hear a decision on if 2 of the cases will move on to adult court by the end of the month. 3 people are dead after a apparent double murder-suicide in Harrison County, Indiana. The sheriff's office there says authorities discovered 3 bodies after a welfare check on a home on Greenbrier Road in southeast of Elizabeth. Harrison County Sheriff Nick Smith says they showed up to a house because of a man from Mississippi reported that his brother, Paul Dixon, was having suicidal thoughts. The sheriff says deputies went to Paul's home and found Paul, Britt Dixon, and Melissa Cochran Dixon dead. Neighbors told us that they didn't exactly know what the relationship was between Paul and Melissa. Sheriff Smith says evidence shows all 3 victims were shot in the head, and Paul's injury looked to be self-inflicted. Sheriff Smith says there is no threat to the community, and the investigation is ongoing. The former vice president of the Kentucky Fraternal Order of Police is now facing years in prison after admitting to stealing thousands of dollars from the union and fellow officers. Ryan Straub pleaded guilty to wire fraud charges yesterday. Straub was under investigation after the state FOP board suspected he took money from the agency. Other officers also said they gave him thousands of dollars to invest, but that investment never happened. He was given a chance to give the money back, but that didn't happen either. He spoke with Wave during a previous investigation into state matters before he was accused in 2024.
And if it gets dug into deeper, we're going to find stuff that we're not going to be pleased to see.
Straw faces a maximum of 20 years in prison. The attorney's office is preparing a statement. They say no sentencing date has been set yet, but it will likely be this fall. Today, community leaders will meet at the Hall of Justice to unveil a statue of Alberta O. Jones. Jones was the first African-American prosecutor and the first female prosecutor in the state of Kentucky. She's known as an advocate for voting rights, and she negotiated Muhammad Ali's first professional boxing contract. She was killed in 1965 in her mid-30s. Her killer was never caught. Her grandniece, Mayor Greenberg, and others will unveil the statue outside of the Hall of Justice at 6th and Jefferson Streets this afternoon. On the streets, a new driver's license software is coming this summer that Kentucky officials say will help with long wait times, but it does mean a closure is coming up so the new program can be installed. Last month, Governor Andy Beshear announced that a new modernized driver's license system and online portal will be launching. The regional licensing offices will close June 4th to 5th to transfer systems, and they'll be back open June 8th. Walk-in hours will be available from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. through June 18th to allow for a smooth transition. Statewide, average walk-in customer times have dropped just 14 minutes, down from 49 minutes in April of 2025. And guys, by this time next week, another Wawa will be opening here in Louisville. This one's going to be located in the Highview neighborhood on Vaughn Mill Road. Officials will celebrate the grand opening by offering free t-shirts to the first 100 customers to visit the store and free coffee to anyone who visits within the first 3 days of the new location's opening. Plus, first responders are invited to participate in a hoagie building competition. That's going to be fun. This will be the 30th 100 Wawas that they are planning to open this year to mark America's 250th birthday. Alrighty, guys, we're going to take a quick break, so stick with us. Alrighty, welcome back. So we have some more headlines for you guys. We're going to be talking about for a man in Kentucky, one of the worst things that Parkinson's took away from him was his love of flying. But last week, he got to experience that thrill again. Here is Kaylee Riley with this story.
This is Alan Easter. Alan's just kind of a chill dude. He just, I mean, you met him. He's pretty laid back. He makes everybody happy. He always has a hello and a smile for people.
Alan lives at Walker's Trail Senior Living, where he battles Parkinson's disease.
It's just a disease that robs you inch by inch of things that are easy for everybody else.
And it's also robbed him of his love for the flight, in a plane, of course. Alan got his pilot's license at 16 years old, and he was a Civil Air Patrol pilot for 15 years.
The disease makes it impossible to do the type of things I always used to do.
But today was different. Today, he got to sit in the cockpit one more time.
Had a wonderful time in a small airplane, enjoying myself to the max.
Once a month, the facility chooses a resident to be part of their Live a Dream program, allowing them a day of doing their favorite thing or visiting their favorite place.
That's the feeling. That is such a...
Although Alan can't always express how he feels, the smile on his face and shine in his eyes, surrounded by his family and loved ones, says otherwise.
Just the happiness of him today makes everything worthwhile.
I love you.
Love you too.
Alrighty, here's something exciting that people can look forward to happening at the end of this month. We're getting a first look at Kentucky Kingdom's newest roller coaster, and the Flying Fox has been cleared for takeoff for May 28th. Officials shared this new video showing a rider's point of view. The ride follows a crop dusting pilot and celebrates Kentucky's agriculture heritage. This is Kentucky Kingdom's first new roller coaster since 2019. Right now, the park is auctioning off tickets for people who want to be the first ones to try it out. Proceeds will benefit the Kentucky 4-H Foundation. You can bid through the theme park's website. Kentucky Kingdom is open weekends only through May 23rd. And guys, they also have so many other food and fun for people to try. I did get to try the wings, and I can tell you, they are really good. Guys, we're going to take another quick break. I'll be right back. Alrighty, before we go, let's talk about some sports. So we know that the Louisville Kings have been kicking things off for the city, and there's some big things that you guys should know about. The Louisville Kings will have a home field advantage as they host the DC Defenders tomorrow. It comes 1 week after the Kings secured a win over DC 30-13. That was DC's first loss since week 1 of the UFL season. The Kings could score a spot in the playoffs if they defeat DC again. Kickoff is set for noon at Lynn Family Stadium this Saturday, and there are tickets still available online. And former U of L star guard Russ Smith has acquired the rights to the Louisville alumni TBT team, the Ville, for the 2026 tournament. Smith assembled a leadership group to finance, manage, and coach the team. Michael Bafford will serve as the head coach. He played at U of L with Smith and currently coaches at North Hardin High School. Smith will serve as a general manager and will be on the roster as a player. Okay. Smith hasn't given any names for the Ville's roster just yet, but hinted at players from the program who are recent enough to play under head coach Pat Kelsey. It was a homecoming for a former Trinity star in Cincinnati this week, and Wave Sports Director Kendrick Haskins has a story from the Great American Ballpark.
Cincinnati won the final game of their three-game series with the Nats 15-1, but it was Washington who won the actual series 2-1, thanks to the exploits of Louisville native Dalen Lyle and somewhat of a homecoming for him. Standing only 5'11", Dalen Lyle is not physically imposing, but he packs a swing.
Now Lyle cranks one to deep right.
On Tuesday night in his first game at Great America Ballpark, Lyle smacked not one,
This one's driven out to right.
but two 400-plus foot home runs, and the Nats win.
I didn't expect to do all that, but you know, those are like written stories right there, so it was actually pretty cool.
He followed that performance up with the game-winning homer in the 10th the next night, and nobody was more excited than dear old dad, Danny Lyle.
Man, it was just one of those moments to where I had a proud dad moment, and I just wanted everybody to know it.
When I first saw the video, I mean, I was smiling from ear to ear. I know that was a man with a lot of emotions. He knows everything me and him have been through from the baseball side, and just to see him do that, I mean, it puts a smile on my face.
For Dalen's parents, Danny and Deborah, witnessing their son live out his Major League Baseball dreams is almost overwhelming, especially with so many friends and family in the stands.
Dalen has a big following, and Dalen is very family oriented, and he loves it when people are there to watch him play.
For Dalen already to experience some success this year and then has some lows, and then come home in front of all his family and friends and do what he did, a lot of people couldn't handle that type of pressure. Dalen, he loves it.
But to have the night that he had, the two nights he had in front of all the friends and family he has here, those are moments that they'll never forget, which is really cool.
As for Dalen himself, making it to the big show is everything expected, but does come with some adjustments.
It's a long season, so just making sure that I take care of my body, recover, and put the right stuff in my body, you know, it's just the little things.
Despite this being his first full year in the majors, he played too many games last year to win Rookie of the Year, but he still has plenty of goals to accomplish.
You know, just to stay healthy, play 162 games. I mean, there's like certain awards I want to win, but for right now, it's like I'm not even thinking about that. I'm just trying to enjoy every moment, stay consistent as possible, and try to help this team out as much as possible.
Well, I can surely attest to the dad being like, you know, I feel that. My mom is the same way. The Nationals are back home tonight while the Reds are traveling to Cleveland for a 3-game series. Well, guys, that's all I have for you this morning. I hope that you are kicking off the rest of your day with a smile and have a great weekend.
This Wave News Update is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
And good morning, I'm Rob Wells. LMPD says they're looking for a shooter after a man was killed and another hurt in the Russell neighborhood. It all happened on Magazine Street near 11th Street just before 7:30 Thursday night. When officers arrived, they found two men they say who'd been shot. One of the victims was rushed to U of O Hospital. The other was pronounced dead. No arrests have been made. If you know anything, please call LMPD. Tawana's in now with a look at the weather forecast and heating up this weekend.
Yeah, we're seeing that warmer weather on the way. Right now, though, we're looking at some more of those mid to upper level clouds increasing across our region. We could see those same clouds showing up on many of our SkyTrack cameras this morning, but the sunshine still able to get through. And that's going to be the tail of most of your Friday. Those extra high level clouds overhead and, of course, that filtered sunshine. The filtered sunshine already doing its job to warming us into the upper 40s and low 50s across most of the region. Right now, we're going to continue to warm up as we head into later on this afternoon with highs today in the mid to upper 70s. We do see some light rain trying to move into our region after 10 a.m., mainly for those of you along and north of I-64. The remnants of some thunderstorms that are off into portions of central Indiana right now, but then we'll just dry out for the second half of the afternoon. Adding in more rounds of rain for your Saturday on and off through the morning and all the way into your Saturday night. Not a washout, though. Just make sure you're staying weather aware. Heating up for your Sunday into Monday before we have to deal with more rain for next Tuesday and Wednesday. Rob.
Tawana, thanks so much. Keeping our eyes on the Friday morning commute right now. Reports of a two-car crash. This is at the 64, the east ramps from I-65. No reports of injuries in that area, but you're going to want to watch for the taillights, especially as crews clean up. Also watching an accident, 65 southbound at the Watterson Expressway, exit 131. We'll see you in another 25 minutes from now.
Welcome back to Wave Listens Live. We are here with 3D Heating and Cooling. We've got Josh, Zach, and Cole, all three of them here to make sure that your house is cool when it needs to be, warm when it needs to be, especially this time of year. Absolutely. You never really know what it's going to look like outside, but you're the guys that are going to help make Welcome back to Wave Listens Live. We are here with 3D Heating and Cooling. We've got Josh, Zach, and Cole, all three of them here to make sure that your house is cool when it needs to be, warm when it needs to be, especially this time of year. Absolutely. You never really know what it's going to look like outside, but you're the guys that are going to help make Welcome back to Wave Listens Live. We are here with 3D Heating and Cooling. We've got Josh, Zach, and Cole, all three of them here to make sure that your house is cool when it needs to be, warm when it needs to be, especially this time of year. Absolutely. You never really know what it's going to look like outside, but you're the guys that are going to help make sure that you're maintaining that system in a healthy way and make sure that you're comfortable the whole time as well. Welcome to Listens Live.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course. So, for those who maybe have not seen you guys before, haven't had you out to the house to inspect their systems. Tell us a little bit about 3D Heating and Cooling, what you do, who you help.
So 3D Heating and Cooling, you're kind of looking at who started it. We formed in 2023. Been in business now going on about 3 years, full-time since 2024. We are your local family-owned and operated company. But just like I said, we're the new guys kind of on the block, but definitely looking to set a standard and, make a difference.
Hey, can you pronounce your last name for me?
Yeah, so it's Dzik.
Dzik, okay.
Yeah. It looks rough.
I wasn't going to try that.
Yeah, no. Most people go Zachary, and we're like, yeah, that's us. Yeah.
So are you two of the 3Ds? Yeah, I mean, is that where that name comes from?
Yeah, so we're brothers. Okay. He's the oldest of the. There's actually another brother, but then we got Cole, who it's like family in itself.
They just call me cousin.
Yeah. I see you beat him to the whole he's older, because I'm sure he probably would have thrown that in anyway.
I promise if he had a chance.
I want to talk a little bit about the services that you do. Obviously, with summer approaching, very important time of the year, you haven't had your AC on, and now you're kind of bouncing back and forth if you're like me and you keep it on. Depending on what it is, you want to stay in that window, so now you've got the heat running and then the AC going at the same time. What is it about this time of year where you guys really want to make sure that you're providing the resources and services that people need to make sure that their system stays healthy?
Well, you just want to keep your filter changed, and obviously you want to do 2 maintenances a year, one in the spring, one in the fall, and just keep your drain clear, your filter clean, and just look to us for the rest of it.
Have preventative maintenance, I think, is the big thing, is that a lot of times we like to wait until it happens, and me, as I'm getting older, I realize proactive is always the best route to go. So if you haven't had a maintenance yet, it's not too late, definitely.
And you guys do it all the time. So, absolutely. I mean, it's one thing when it happens to you, and maybe this is the first time in 15 years where you've had an issue with your air conditioning. Well, for you guys, it's every day. So you know what you're doing. You're providing that knowledge. The expertise is just as important as having the trucks and the equipment and everything like that. How does that work as far as providing that knowledge, setting you apart from, maybe just the random handyman down the street that might be able to help out your friendly local neighbor?
There's a million different heat and air companies. You can turn on the news and see 6 of them in the morning. But I think what's different with us is that, we are family owned. You're going to see one of our faces in your house if you call for a quote. We do all the sales, service, QA. So, you don't get that anymore. You might
get in touch with somebody who's somebody at the top of that corporate ladder, but it's rare to find a company that you can call and directly speak to the owner and voice any concerns that you have.
Yeah, and Josh, talk about that, just the connectivity to the people that are coming to you for help, being able to hold their hand along the way if you need to, answering the questions that they need. How much does that play into just kind of what you're trying to do every day to make sure that you're helping everyone in the community, maybe save some money along the way too, but also just like ensure them, make them feel a little more at peace that at the end of the day, you're going to take care of them and the end result is going to be a system that works for everyone.
A system that you're proud of. I mean, that's, we just take great pride in our work. We are super responsive. You can call any of us at any time. The phones are forwarded to different ones. And then just you're not just a number. I know my customers' names. I recognize them when I see them at the grocery. It's just that feel, and that's what we want.
3dhvacky.com. The number on the screen as well. From there, you'll find probably one of these three, and maybe the third brother that's missing from here today as well. 502-689-9499. Visit the website. Call that number. They can help you when you need it. I also want to talk about something that maybe you don't think about all the time, and that's having a space essentially that's healthy, and how you can use your air conditioner, especially this time of year with all the pollen and all the different allergens that are going to end up in your house, dirt, everything. You also want to be healthy, and this is something that you guys can help with a clean, healthy system.
So I think a lot of people forget. We get stuck in our ways, and I know it's crazy. Some people don't even know they have filters, but changing a filter, it doesn't, it's the most important thing you can do to keep maintaining perfect airflow and stuff, but there's so many more options. You have people with, COPD, with breathing issues, with allergies, and there's so many other ways that we can come in and not just help you, but give you a guarantee with it. Anyone can say, I can do this for you, but when we do it, we give you a guarantee with it. We mean that. We have to own that. But there's so many ways, and we give free indoor air quality consultations. Your system doesn't have to be broke down. You can call us, and we will just come out there to look at the cleanliness, what we can do to add, filtration and UV lights that are major that all of the rest of the country is already seeing. Southern, you see it in Florida and Georgia. UV lights are a necessity, and it's slowly becoming that way with we get hotter and more humid, and our houses get so much more airtight that, to get proper filtration, usually 9 out of 10 times there's something that we can do to address that.
So as far as getting in contact with you guys, getting that process started, we already shared the website, the phone number. How easy is it from there to get you guys in the home and service?
Usually same day service. Our phone, like I said, my phone's gone off in my pocket twice since we've been sitting here. We mean that when we say, when you call, one of us three are going to answer. We do not have a single 3D customer in 3 years that one of us three were not the first person in the door, whether that's doing the maintenance, doing a service, doing estimates, indoor air quality checks. But it's as simple as you pick up your phone, you dial that number, and you're going to get a hold of one of us.
You can submit a web form submission off our website too, and that goes straight to our email, which we all have access to. So
trying to make it easy for anyone that needs the help and get good, high quality help as well. Guys, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Appreciate you.
Live. That's all we've got today. Tomorrow's Friday. Get excited. We'll see you then.
This Wave News Update is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
And good morning to you. I'm Rob Wells. This weekend, crews will start ramping up work, all preparing for the I-65 corridor project. Now, starting tonight, there will be nightly closures of one lane on I-65 South at I-65, the I-264 interchange. Crews are also closing the off-ramp to I-64 eastbound. The closures will be in place from Friday through Monday from 9 a.m. until 6 a.m. That's each day. Tawana's in now with a look at the weather forecast, and a beautiful morning out there so far.
It is a really beautiful morning, but we are also watching those clouds taking over the region. This is out ahead of a fading batch of thunderstorms that is racing towards us right now. So you can see the mid to upper level clouds overhead, that sunshine filtering through, and it's that filtered sunshine that's helping to warm us up. This is why we're seeing more of those low 50s in more locations. However, keep in mind, we'll keep that filtered sunshine throughout the rest of the day as your temperatures jump into the mid to upper 70s. We'll also watch for some of that rain, some of that what's left of those thunderstorms that are off towards our northwest moving through as we head really between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. For those of you in southern Indiana, you'll get some of that light rain through that time frame, but overall, most of us staying dry today, especially if you're further to the south. Your 10-day shows more rounds of showers and thunderstorms on Saturday, heating up with some sunshine on Sunday, and then additional rounds of rain towards Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Rob.
All right, Tawana, thanks so much. Keeping our eyes on a two-car crash cleanup at I-64 East. The ramps from I-65 and Jefferson County, the right shoulder remains blocked in that area, so certainly watch your speeds as you head through there. Also, two-car crash being reported. This is 65 South at the outer loop. Brake lights in that area, and emergency responders just getting on the scene there, so certainly watch your speed. Otherwise, your morning's shaping up pretty good. We'll see you back in another 25 minutes from now.
This Wave News Update is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
And good morning to you. I'm Rob Wells. The Louisville Kings will have home field advantage as they host the D.C. Defenders. That's coming up tomorrow. It comes 1 week after the Kings secured a win over D.C., 30-13. Now, that was D.C.'s first loss since week 1 of the UFL season. The Kings could score a spot in the playoffs. That's if they defeat D.C. once again. Kickoff is at noon at Lynn Family Stadium tomorrow. Tickets are still available for you online. Tawana is now with a look at the weather forecast and some much-needed rain, hopefully, tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see that rain potentially impacting that game. So for those of you heading to Lynn Family Stadium for that match, remember you cannot bring in an umbrella, so just have that poncho ready to go. Maybe something to wipe down the seats as well. We're watching some extra clouds moving in right now, coming off of those showers and thunderstorms off towards our northwest. And we can see those clouds quite clearly on our SkyTrack camera, but notice the sunshine still able to filter through. And with that, our temperatures are climbing further into the low 50s to start off the day. We'll end up in the mid to upper 70s for this afternoon as we keep some of these mid to upper level clouds overhead. However, keep in mind the remnants of those thunderstorms will move into our region basically between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., especially for those of you along and north of 64. This is where you're going to get that light rain, some of that drizzle for today, but drying out for the second half of the afternoon. Then we add back in more of those rain chances as we head into your Saturday on and off throughout the day. Some of those downpours could be heavy and have some gusty winds and even some small hail. Sunny and hotter for the end of the weekend. More rain by the middle of next week. Rob.
Okay, Tawana, thanks so much. Still keeping our eyes on last-minute cleanup of a crash from earlier this morning, a two-car crash at 64 East, the ramps from I-65 in Jefferson County. So if you see brake lights in that area, certainly watch your speed. Also watching still cleanup of a two-car crash from about 25 minutes ago. This is 65 South, right at the outer loop. This involves a semi-tractor trailer, so watch for the brake lights in that area. Make it a great Friday morning.
Hey, happy Friday. Thanks so much for joining us here for another edition of Derby City Weekend, where we're giving you all of the things that are happening around the Derby City. I'm Olivia Russell, and trust me, we have a packed weekend ahead of us. We have Forest Fest, Spring Fest, Pug Fest, a whole lot of fests. Plus, we have a lot of sports because we know this is a pretty busy time for sports in our area. Even though it's springtime, we even have football happening right now. We'll get you all of those headlines in just a few minutes. But first, we have something very exciting happening this weekend. For the first time in 11 years, The Greatest Show on Earth is returning to Louisville. The Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey's latest production has been reimagined for the new generation. People can expect 2 hours of high-energy family fun featuring 65 world-class performers. And Wave News reporter Marissa Burke has a preview of The Greatest Show on Earth. And I have to say, she starts out with a little someone who kind of freaks me out. I'm not a big fan of those dog robots, but apparently they have one of those at this show. Check it out.
I'm sorry, Olivia, but at least Bailey is not alone. I have Nick Nack with me, and Paddywhack is not here with us this morning. I think Paddywhack's still sleeping.
Oh, yes, he likes his beauty rest. But yes, I'm here with Bailey. So our clown crew in the show is Nick Nack, Paddywhack, and Jeff. But Bailey is the brains of the bunch. So we've got the opposable thumbs. She's got the frontal lobe.
Oh my gosh. So what all do you guys do in the show?
So we are the clowns, so we're providing comedy. But first and foremost, we are fixing everything that goes wrong in the show, even if we caused it, especially if we caused it. But so Bailey, though, she has a starring role from the very beginning of the pre-show. She comes out and she gets the audience dancing in the seats. So she is asking the kids to stand up. She can. See, she's doing the worm. Check it out. Whoa.
Okay, but can Bailey moonwalk?
Moonwalk? Well, let's see. She did watch Michael recently. Whoa. Ooh. Yeah. That's Bailey. So she is a dancing fiend. She loves it. And she gets the kids dancing as well. And even during the show, we have Bailey's dance party, where we invite members of the audience onto the stage where they get to dance with Bailey and a bunch of our circus cast and show off their coolest moves.
Okay, but what are your coolest moves?
Well, I go up in the air. I fall down a lot. I can juggle a little bit.
Oh, can you show us a little?
Yeah, here we go. Here. Oh, I'm okay.
Oh, okay. Go, Nick Nack, go, Nick Nack, go.
Here we go.
Oh, so guys, if you want to see Nick Nack and the crew and Bailey, you got to come out to The Greatest Show on Earth. Remember, they have shows Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and there's no bad seat when you come out to the KFC Yum Center. It's okay. We'll fix that. We'll get
it later.
Back to you guys.
Looks like a lot of fun. Thank you, Marissa. Yeah, when Bailey started doing the moonwalk there,
I think that's when I said, no, thank you, not for me. So you might not catch me there, but I'm sure there will be plenty of eager people there. And I hear if you sit closer, you might get called up to do some kind of special act. We'll have to see what that is. And tickets are available right now. But if you want to go outside, you can enjoy the great outdoors and some bluegrass and Americana tunes at the Jefferson Memorial Forest this weekend. The Forest Fest is back on Sunday. Bands even have workshops throughout the day with topics like songwriting, touring, and so much more. It starts at 11:30 on Saturday and it goes until 7. Now, here are some things you can't bring. That would be coolers or outside alcohol, but you can bring water bottles, blankets, and chairs, and make sure you expect maybe some rain there. It has a chance of rain tomorrow, and they say it'll happen rain or shine because, hey, that's just the great outdoors. It costs $15 for parking, so that's a way you can help the environment and save some money by carpooling. See how many people you can fill up those chairs. The Louisville Zoo will be looking a whole lot brighter starting today. Their annual Wild Lights return. This year's festival will show a new collection of Chinese lantern displays. There are 4 immersive themed realms: Magic Forest, they have Magical Ocean, Prehistoric Animals, and Wondrous Asia. Tickets in advance are about $20 a person, with day of tickets are costing about $15 more. It's happening Thursdays through Sundays from 7 to 10 p.m. So when the sun goes down, the lights go on. Waterfront Park is the spot to possibly see a world record set this weekend. Power technology company Relco will try to set the Guinness World Record for the fastest mowing of the area of an American football field using a high-powered mower driven by a Command Pro 999cc 41 horsepower gasoline engine. Say that 3 times fast. The event is set for 3 o'clock at the Great Lawn, and it is open to the public. So bring your chair, set it up, and check that out. Relco calls it the attempt part of its global cutting history initiative, using tall 6-inch grass to mimic tough real-world conditions for its equipment, so you can get a chance to see just how good that lawnmower is. The Turf Mutt Foundation says the event is also highlighting the environmental benefits of well-maintained green spaces for urban communities. Now, Guinness World Records officials will be on site to time and verify the run, with Louisville's own lawn queen, Hallie Riemann, behind the wheel. We are wishing her luck, and I think it'd be pretty awesome to have a record set in our city. Well, the Norton Commons Art Festival returns this weekend to Prospect, bringing art, music, and food to the North Village Town Center. The outdoor festival runs Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 5, and it's free and open to the public. It's free until you decide to buy some stuff, I guess. Organizers expect thousands of visitors to browse work from about 100 artists and vendors, featuring painting, sculpture, jewelry, photography, ceramics, textiles, and so much more. The list can go on and on. Live music will be played both days, with bluegrass, country, top 40, classic rock, and variety acts on stage. Local food trucks will even serve everything from barbecue and chicken bowls to mini donuts and coffee. Yum, that sounds good. And they will even have craft drinks from West 6, Commonwealth Tap, and Castle and Key. But Springfest is back in historic Old Louisville, turning Tunerville Trolley Park into a one-day neighborhood celebration. The free festival runs from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. near Brook and Oak Streets, and it's open to the public. Vendors will be selling handmade goods, all handmade. We're talking local art, jewelry, pottery, clothing, soaps, wood crafts, and artisan foods. Louisville food trucks will even line the park, serving gourmet street eats all day long. Families can enjoy a kids zone, horse-drawn carriage rides, and live music from local artists on the stage. Neighborhood leaders call Springfest Old Louisville's biggest springtime festival and market, showcasing the area's community vibe and the small businesses. And if you ask me, it's also really fun to check out the houses in that area as well. But you can support young entrepreneurs at the Kids Creator Market on Sunday. This is happening at Fox Hollow Farm in Crestwood from 1 to 4. It's free, but same thing with all of these festivals. You could end up spending some money there because they have a lot of things to buy. That could be handmade art, treats, crafts, and creative goods, and you can get them from the kids. And who doesn't want to support the kids there? They'll even have inflatables, snacks, family fun, and the cutest farm setting as well. But speaking of all the fests that are happening around town, the annual Bloomfest celebration returns this weekend to Bernheim Forest, celebrating spring and nature. It's happening during their plant sale, so you can even take home some new plants as well. Wave News reporter Kirsten Foote has a preview.
All right, spring is in full bloom, and I am a Bloomfest fairy / gnome today, and I'm here to tell you that you should come to Bloomfest this weekend here at Bernheim Forest. I'm here with Caitlin. Tell me what I need to know about Bloomfest.
Well, Bloomfest is a day celebrating the whimsy of springtime. We have fairy and gnome costumes. We have a fairy and gnome parade. You can bring your own costume or you can borrow one of ours. We have lots of crafts. You can do a fairy wand. We have fairy house building. It's just a great day. We also have our discovery station. So come back to Bernheim if you've never been. This is a great time to check it out. It's going to be beautiful weather. It's a great day.
Absolutely. I love that. And I love these crafts here too. So this is one of the fairy houses. So like we have some sticks put up here and even a little, not a bridge, a ladder here too.
Ladder.
And so something for everyone. So can adults dress up too if they want to? I mean,
absolutely. We encourage it. We want you to have fun at Bernheim, embrace your inner child.
I love it. And there's also going to be a plant sale going on Friday and Saturday. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Right. So our plant sale put on by our amazing horticulture team, that runs Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. and Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. as well.
Awesome. What are you most looking forward to with this weekend?
Probably the Fairy and Gnome Parade.
Yeah. When's that happening?
That happens at 1:30, excuse me. 1:30.
Fun. And will you be ready to go in all your fairy stuff?
I don't know what I'm going to be doing that day. I haven't picked my outfit out yet.
Oh, darn it. Oh my gosh. I love it. Well, you can just embrace your inner child, embrace your inner whimsical. It's going to be so much fun right here at Bernheim Forest. Come out and celebrate it. I'm casting my spell on you to give you a green thumb and to tell you to come out here.
Thank you, Kirsten. Yeah, I need that green thumb. And I love how she got into full character there with the hat and the wings and the wand. Awesome. She has my vote if it's a contest. Well, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about some sports because we have baseball, football, spring racing at Churchill Downs. Plus, we'll have a look at your forecast because I know so many outdoor events. You want to make sure the weather is going to be good for it. We'll have all of that coming up in just 2 minutes.
Happy Friday. Meteorologist Tawana Andrew here with a check of your forecast. And what we're looking at for today, increasing clouds as we head into the late morning and the afternoon, but still talking about some filtered sunshine across the region to take us into the 70s for your highs. Important note is that we do have a line of fading thunderstorms moving into our region for the late morning and early afternoon, bringing some light rain and drizzle to portions of southern Indiana. Not really expecting a lot with that since there is still a decent amount of dry air in place. We head into tonight, we fall down into the upper 50s and low 60s for those lows. We get into tomorrow, rebounding all the way into the upper 70s and low 80s for your highs. However, we'll be dealing with round after round of rain from the morning all the way into your Saturday evening. Not a washout, but you certainly want to be weather aware. Sunny and warmer for your Sunday and Monday before we see more rounds of rain and eventually some cooler temperatures arriving by the middle of next week. And we'll keep some sort of rain chance in the forecast as we head into the following weekend.
We are crossing our fingers for that weather this weekend because I know a lot of people have high school graduations planned for Saturday too. Ooh, not going to be fun if they're dealing with rain outside. But hey, you can't really rain on someone's parade, especially when it comes to high school graduation. So a big congratulations to all of our graduates who are graduating this weekend. But spring racing continues at Churchill Downs this weekend. I know it's not Derby anymore, but hey, we can still head to the track. This weekend's racing is highlighted by the return of Downs After Dark on Saturday night, featuring night racing and a major graded stakes event. The premier race of the weekend is the $250,000 Louisville Stakes, which is a grade 3 race on Saturday night. And because Saturday is also the Preakness Stakes Day, Churchill Downs will broadcast and accept simulcast wagering on the 151st Preakness Stakes live on the track's massive big board, so fans can experience the excitement of the second leg of the Triple Crown from Laurel Park alongside the live Under the Lights action in Louisville. So a lot of horse racing this weekend and hopefully a big payday for a lot of people out there too. U of L baseball wraps up its regular season with a home series against ACC foe Virginia. Now, this series has vastly different implications for both teams in terms of the postseason, so you're going to see a lot of great baseball played with them putting their all into it. So the Cavaliers need a strong showing or a potential sweep to keep their chances alive of hosting an NCAA regional tournament. They're definitely in it. It's just coming down to that home field advantage there. But the Cards, they're at risk of missing the tournament altogether, so they definitely need to come out hot with this one. The first pitch tonight is at 6 o'clock, while Saturdays is at 1 o'clock. Admission for this game is free. Staying on the theme of baseball, the Bats have some fun promotions for this weekend's series against the Indianapolis Indians. So tonight's game is Happy Hour and Margarita Madness. They have pre-game drink specials, and I'm sure they have plenty of margaritas there too. Now, Saturday is Star Wars night. I'm going to turn off this audio right there because it sounds like he's kind of competing with me. I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying and not the action there on the field, even though the Bats have played pretty good ball lately. Now, Saturday is Star Wars night. The ballpark transforms into a galaxy far, far away, and the Bats will even wear specially themed jerseys. The night concludes with a custom Star Wars drone show after the final out on Saturday. Then on Sunday, the first 1,500 fans through the gates will receive a free space sword. That could be interesting. And adults 18 and older can participate in the Good Neighbors Goods promotion to create a free personalized hat or tote bag. Just down the street at Lynn Family Stadium, the Louisville Kings are hosting the reigning U of L champion, DC Defenders, this Saturday, and that's a highly anticipated Week 8 rematch. So last week, the Kings traveled to Washington. They shocked the U of L with a 30-13 upset victory over the league leading Defenders. The Defenders held a 13-3 lead in the second quarter before Louisville's defense completely locked in, forcing 4 turnovers and pitching a second-half shutout while scoring 27 unanswered points. It was an amazing second half there. And it's also Hats Off to Heroes Night, featuring a free Kings baseball hat giveaway for fans entering the stadium. So if you want to be part of that, kickoff for the game is at noon and tickets are still available. The Kings have had quite a following so far this season, so they always have a great crowd for those games too. And it is awesome to see the support for the first-year team in the league. Well, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we have Pug Fest. And yes, that means we're showing you a pug, and then plenty of music to listen to. And maybe if you want to check out a movie, we have that option for you as well. Stick with us. We have more Derby City Weekend coming up right after this. Well, we've talked about all the fests happening, and this one is really interesting. We're talking about Pug Fest. It's a day not just for dog lovers, but specifically for pugs. And I feel like people who love pugs, they don't just like them, they really love pugs. Something about the breed. But Pug Fest is back at the Kentucky Expo Center on Saturday and Sunday. They'll have pug racing games, and they'll even crown a king and queen. Wave News anchor Dawn G got the chance to meet pug royalty. She introduces us to them in a short conversation that they had yesterday.
So you also have rescues that are participating this year. Talk about that.
Well, the purpose of the event is to raise money for the participating rescues. This year we have 12 attending from all over the country. From as far west as California and as far east as Vermont, and everywhere in between.
Well, they're different kind of dogs, most certainly.
Definitely.
And this baby right here is just so sweet. So tell us exactly. So you're going to raise money, especially for those pug rescues. But what else is going to happen? Walk me through the Pug Fest.
Well, it's first of all and foremost, it's a day full of smiles. The pugs smile, the people smile. It's just a
this
fun,
is the sweetest baby.
And contest, pug races, custard eating.
Okay.
Costume
How fast
contest.
does a pug move for real?
Well, that's kind of the problem, right? We have starting gates. We open the starting gates up. Some pugs make it out of the starting gate, and some pugs make it to the finish, but not very fast.
I didn't think so. Can other dogs come other than the pugs? That'd be cheating. I wouldn't think that they could race, because if you let my Lucas in there, he's gone like a lightning bolt. He is. So they're not going to race the pugs, are they?
We do have an all breeds division.
No, that's cheating.
Yep. No, they don't race against the pugs, but we do have an all breeds division. Yep. And all friendly dogs, all friendly people is what we say.
All friendly dogs. I would guess you have to keep your dog on a leash, most certainly.
And no flexi leashes, no extendable leashes.
Right, because you want to be able to. So tell me about your baby here, Kristen. Tell us about this little sweet Reeser.
Yeah, so this is my little baby Reeser. So as I said earlier, he's 6.5. This will be his third Pug Fest. I have been in Milwaukee before with my last pug, my little Jasmine, that crossed the Rainbow Bridge last year. And then 3 years ago, we started coming down here. So 3 years ago, he was the Duke. Last year, he was the King. So, and then this year, he'll be passing his crown off to our friend Skippy, who will be the King this year. But
that's what Reeser said. You think I'm passing this crown off, because he's wearing this. He's wearing this thing. How much money have you been able to raise with all of this? And pug people are pug people. They love their pugs.
You're right. You're right. This year will put us well over the $200,000 mark in the last 5 years. So.
Wow. Well, I think it's wonderful when you save any of these babies. I don't care what breed they are. They're really very special. Now, tickets, do you need? I'm going to rub you. I'm not going to stop. Every time I do, he's like, what is your problem? Like, hey, do you need tickets to get in? And if so, can you get them at the door, or do you need to get them beforehand?
You do need tickets. They are available at the door. Adults are $8, and kids under 12 are free.
So there's the information there on your screen. If you want to check out Pug Fest happening Saturday and Sunday, and Reeser there would not let Dawn take her hands off of him. He knows I'm the king. Yeah, you better treat me like it. He is so cute there. Okay, something for people like me, the cat people in there. We're talking about Kitten Palooza. It's back this Sunday in Southern Indiana, helping hundreds of vulnerable kittens during the busy spring kitten season. Now, the Animal Protection Association will host the family-friendly event Sunday from 2 to 5 p.m. at the APA shelter on Hamburg Pike. That's in Jeffersonville. Organizers say it's a celebration and a critical fundraiser as the shelter sees a surge of orphaned and abandoned kittens each year. Springtime, usually the time where cats give birth to their babies, and we see so many stray kittens out there every year. We can help take them off the streets. So guests can tour the shelter, meet adoptable cats and kittens, enjoy games, raffles, and storytelling. plus a short class on kitten and cat care. Admission is free with cake as a thank you. They even have hot dogs, water, and snow cones selling for $1 each. That way you can make a donation to the shelter. The APA is also asking for donations of kitten formula, kitten food, and gift cards to help cover the vet costs that far exceed the $80 adoption fee. I just love all of them. I wish I could take them all home with me. The Kentucky Science Center is rolling out a new family program called Paws and Pals. It gives a chance to get up close and with live animals and meet the people who care for them. Maybe check out a possible career working with animals one day. The 2-day experience is today and tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with community partners bringing in a variety of species for hands-on encounters. Guests can talk with vets and other animal professionals about how animals live, behave, and are cared for. All weekend long, families can also catch a special screening of the Pout Pout Fish. It follows Mr. Fish and his sea dragon friend on a quest to save their underwater homes. The Science Center says Paws and Pals blends real-world animal interactions with a story that underscores empathy, teamwork, and caring for the environment. Paws and Pals is included with your admission to the Science Center. The Downtown Drive-In Outdoor Movie Series kicks off its 2026 season tonight at Waterfront Park's Brown-Forman Amphitheater. The first movie of the series is one of my personal favorites, Clueless. The area opens at 8 o'clock with the movie starting at sundown. There will be local food trucks there, and people are even encouraged to bring their own blankets and chairs so they have something comfortable to sit in. It is free. You don't even need a ticket for this. Just show up and enjoy the movie. The drive-in series continues on select Fridays throughout the summer. They'll have movies like The Sandlot, Crazy Rich Asians, and Moana 2. They hit on a lot of different kinds of movies too, so some for the younger crowd and some who are maybe a little bit more mature too. The Port Castle Music Festival returns from a 2-year hiatus this weekend, running from Friday through Sunday. It was originally created in 2013 as a highly affordable, community-driven alternative to the former Four Castle Festival, so that's how they came up with the name Port Castle. Port Castle is a nonprofit event nicknamed A Festival for the Rest of Us. This year, it's at the Jubilee Field, right on the border of the Meriwether, Shelby Park, and Schnitzelburg neighborhoods. The festival features 36 strictly local Louisville acts spanning a diverse range of genres from indie rock all the way to hip hop. Prices range from roughly $15 to $45 depending on the pass type, and children under 12 even get in for free. Gates open at 1 p.m. daily with live music running continuously from 2 p.m. until about 11 p.m., so all day of music. Well, rapper Waka Flocka Flame is performing at Headliners Music Hall on Saturday. He got big right around 2010, and I have to say, he was really big back in my high school days. You might even recognize his songs No Hands and Hard in the Paint. UK football fans are really familiar with the one song, It's a Party, It's a Party, It's a Party. They play that at every UK football game, so there are probably a lot of fans out there for that. General admission tickets are about $40, and the music starts at 8 o'clock. So plenty of things that you can check out this weekend happening in the Derby City. All kinds of festivals. You have shopping experiences and opportunities to just get outside and enjoy our beautiful area. Thanks so much for joining us here for Derby City Weekend. We'll see you back here next Friday at 10 o'clock, where we'll give you another full rundown of everything happening in the Derby City. Have a great weekend.